Ladies and gentlemen, 皆様、ようこそお越しくださいました。Welcome to the third and last day of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. Our topic, Vision Zero, represents a new innovative concept for developing a workplace prevention culture, where the safety, health, and well-being of people comes first. Since its launch in 2017, this mindset is now promoted and implemented by many companies and organizations worldwide. Today, we look forward to continuing our exchange about Vision Zero at the enterprise level with 5 exciting parallel sessions, bringing together researchers, administrators, managers, and experts in our field. In addition, we have prepared a sensational closing program with inspiring presentation by the Osaka Expo 2025 and the 23rd World Congress on Safety and Health at Work, and importantly, presentation of a brand new Vision Zero white paper and the Tokyo Declaration on Vision Zero for All. We invite you once again to design your personal summit program based on your priority choices amongst the topic of today. This choice might not be an easy one, but remember, you will be able to access the recording of all sessions for 1 month after the summit. The Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022 is a result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group on Vision Zero at Enterprise Level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank the summit supporters and sponsors for their important contribution to the organization of the summit. Please note the recording, filming, and storage of images of the summit, as well as posting or unauthorized use of the summit's content, is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. The last day of the summit begins with 5 parallel technical sessions taking place in rooms E, I, G, L, and R respectively. Remember, you can freely choose the session and the speakers of interest and navigate between sessions and speakers. Now, it's your turn. Please choose your favorite session and enter the relevant room by using the navigation menu on the left-hand side of the website. Enjoy the session. Thank you. ありがとうございました。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session G, AI, ICT, and digitalization. I am Yoshiki Seo, Deputy Director of the Standardization Promotion Center, National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, Japan. I am very much honored to have an opportunity to chair this session. We have 14 of global leaders from industries, academia, and the standardization community, and they will talk how AI and digitalization should be utilized and managed for realizing the Vision Zero concept. I hope you can understand the leading edge research activities, business visions, and problems to solve on AI, ICT, and digitalization for Vision Zero concept. The first speaker is Dr. Patrick Zombes, Vice Chair of the CENELEC JYC21 on AI standardization. And also he is the convener of the JTC21 Strategic Advisory Group. The presentation title is European Approach to AI standardization in support of the EU regulation.
Hello, my name is Patrick Beson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Science and Like Joint Technical Committee 21, which is working on artificial intelligence standardization at the European level. And I'm going to brief you about the European approach on AI standardization, and especially on the interplay between the European regulation on AI and AI standardization. I'm going to share with you a couple of slides presenting different aspects of this European regulation on standardization approaches. On the European political and legislative context, Thierry Breton, the European Commissioner, has announced that the European Union has the ambition to develop the first AI trustworthiness certification system. It will lead to a CE branding system for AI trustworthiness. This would apply to the 27 countries of the European Union. The objective is to regulate, of course, only what is necessary, and it would be a risk-based approach. And only high-risk systems would be concerned. On top of that, the European Commission has set up a new strategy for standardization, based on the statement that standardization is of strategic importance and bears sovereignty issues. In that context, the ambition of the European Commission is that the EU should be more a standard setter than a standard taker, meaning that the EU has to express its needs, its requirements in terms of standardization, and make sure that those requirements are well taken into account. The European regulation scope is very comprehensive. It is very broad and covers almost every aspect of the cyberspace. It includes a series of legislative acts and initiatives covering digital services, the digital market, data and data governance, and of course, artificial intelligence. As I mentioned before, the European Commission considers now that standardization is strategic. And one reason for that is the interplay between regulation and standardization. Indeed, once a standard is harmonized, it applies to all European countries. Furthermore, the conformity to a harmonized standard is a presumption of conformity to the EU regulation. So this is a really strong tool. Now let's dive into the European AI standardization activities. SENSENELEC is a European standardization organization which has set up a joint technical committee dedicated on artificial intelligence, the JTC21. The first objective of the JTC21 is to support the European Commission regulation. And the first action that we are taking are therefore covering and supporting the future AI Act. In the coming month, we will probably start looking at other needs, such as the Data Act or the Green Deal, meaning that we will have to consider data on AI sustainability-related standards. Of course, all will not be only about supporting the European Commission. We will, of course, support as well the European industry needs. And we may address interoperability, engineering, process, and so on needs. SENSENELEC is not working alone and is very much connected to other standardization organizations. Actually, most of the JTC21 experts are already experts in ISO IEC. In addition, we have a liaison with Vzsj, the other European standardization organization, with which we try to develop a coherent roadmap on AI standardization. And together, we are exploring ways to have a more integrated standardization approach on AI, including the possibility of a SENSENELEC and Vzsj joint technical committee. This is under discussion. We are also trying to establish a liaison with ISO IEC SC42, and IEEE on its side has requested a liaison with us. It has to be noted as well that JISC, the Japan Industrial Standards Committee, has an observer status with JTC 21. Now, let's go deeper on what exactly we are doing in JTC 21 to support European AI regulation. First of all, we have anticipated, meaning that even though the AI Act is not approved yet, even though the European Commission has not sent any standardization request, we have developed a standardization roadmap, and I'm pretty confident that all that we have done so far will cover most of the requirements that will be sent to the European Standardization Organization by the European Commission in the coming weeks, which is the step 2 of our approaches. We'll see. Now, the step 3 will be for SENS-ENELEC and ETSI to jointly respond to the formal standardization request once it has been received. And finally, step 4, which will be the most complicated, I guess, will be for SENS-ENELEC to either adopt or adapt ISO IEC standards, or to develop European homegrown standards if ISO IEC standards do not meet the Commission requirements. So what are the criteria for having homegrown standards? Well, as I already said, the general principle is for us to rely as much as possible on ISO IEC standards. But we may see gaps with European specific requirements not yet taken into account by ISO IEC. Oversight of AI systems, for example, is one potential requirement that is not yet covered by ISO IEC and that is needed. It may justify to have a homegrown standards. There will be a set of criteria to decide how to proceed. We have European values and principles that could be specific. We have the time frame of the EU Act, of course. The European Commission has mentioned that it anticipates an approval of the AI Act first semester of 2023. For standardization organization, it means that we don't have much time to develop and deliver standards. The hypothesis on which we are working is an approval of the AI Act in early 2023, with an application 2 years after its approval, so somewhere in early 2025. And because we have to anticipate and make sure that the European Commission and the European industry will be ready in time, we need to have the required standards published by the end of 2024. As you can guess, it is a very constrained time frame. In addition to this, the European Commission has a very strong horizontal approach in standardization, and the future harmonized standards should be applicable as much as possible to many sectors, if not to all. That is really new and really important when developing standards. Indeed, it implies that the standard shall be very generic, while still containing technical specification, metrics, and controls. We also have to be innovation friendly and pay attention to not develop a too complex architecture of standards. We shall avoid submerging the industrial ecosystem of innovation with tens of standards. Therefore, ideally, the future harmonized standards should be actionable, simple, and current, and not too many. Indeed, we can't have standards contradicting each other and not using the same terminology. Now, let's focus on the SENS-ENELEC JTC 21 AI standardization roadmap. GTC 21 has identified 5 main topics. First topic is about AI terminology. The approach so far for terminology is to adopt or adapt the ISO IEC SC42 related standards, which are going to be published in a couple of months, hopefully. The second topic concerns standards on AI management system on AI risk management. Here again, we're going to rely on 2 standards coming from ISO IEC SC42. Still, regarding risks brought by AI, there is a gap, missing piece, as we probably need an AI risk catalog. For that matter, an ad hoc group has been set up to address that gap. The third topic is about AI trustworthiness characteristics. We've seen numerous initiatives, many standards on different trustworthiness characteristics, such as robustness, explainability, accuracy, safety, fairness. Still, GTC 21 is considering the possibility to have a unique standard covering all the trustworthiness characteristics required by the AI Act. We name that approach Overarching Unified Approach on Trustworthiness Characteristics. So that would be one standard with horizontal high-level specification, high-level metrics and controls on which all stakeholders, whether SME, startups, industry, could rely on, without to have to navigate into too many standards. Regarding AI system conformity, it's definitely a complex topic. The analysis has been launched, and we're far from being done with this analysis. But there might be needs for standards describing the competencies of notified bodies for high-risk AI system certification. Last topic, but not least, is about data and data governance. I can only say that we just started the analysis, and there is a broad understanding on the fact that data quality, data governance are issues very important. Now, you may have a couple of questions about how all GTC 21 activities are going to interact with SC42 and eventually with Japan industry. GTC 21 fully intends to be aligned with SC42 and eventually have as much as possible international ISO IEC standards, not just European ones. This is essential, and we are looking forward to have an ISO IEC lead as much as possible when developing standards. Now, if it is not possible, we will have to consider Sense and ELEC homegrown standards with a Sense and ELEC lead. But this is not the idea so far. I expect that I have covered most of the points that are worth mentioning regarding the European approach on AI standardization. Please contact JISC if you have any question, and JISC will forward those questions to us.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick Vzsj, for the excellent talk on European policy for AI management. I and sub-chairs will read questions and answers of the presentation. The first question is, you repeatedly mention EU's policy of being a global standard setter. What are the primary common targets for AI standardization you expect?
As I indeed mentioned, the AI Act is going to give clear directions to the European standardization organizations so that they will know exactly on which standardization items to focus. I would like to pick one example. One of the major potential standardization requirements is on AI oversight. It is clear that this topic is of interest to many stakeholders and to many countries outside Europe. By being very proactive on this topic, while making sure that the principles and values of the EU are taken into account, the European Commission will set the course and the timeline for the development of that standard. In the meantime, it is within JTC 21 intention to have a common international standard, not only a European standard.
Okay, the second question is, I understand that you are trying to create the uniform rules on the first certification system for artificial intelligence. I believe that technologies for managing AI trustworthiness is still in progress and not mature enough. In this context, I believe that you need to continuously upgrade the rules and the certification systems. Do you have any idea to solve this problem?
Unfortunately, we can't wait for AI techniques to fully stabilize before developing standards on societal, safety, and security requirements. The issue that you have identified is real, but there are different ways to address it. First, by shortening the time it takes to develop and update standards. Second, by having high-level specifications and high-level metrics and control on AI trustworthiness characteristics. A high-level approach may be more robust to technological evolutions. And third, by inviting academia and R&D experts in the standardization process in order to make sure that major technological evolution could be taken into account as soon as possible if needed. Last point worth mentioning is that European harmonized standards are not mandatory. They just provide a presumption of conformity to the EU regulations. So a stakeholder have also the ability to develop by its own complementary standard, covering new considerations or new needs.
The next speaker is Dr. Audrey Canning, Director, Virkonen Ltd. And IEC SC65A representative, ACOS and ISO IEC JTC1 SC42 liaison, and IEC joint convener MT 61508. The presentation title is Safety Through Systems Using Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I am Audrey Canning, and I have spent most of my career working in high technology protection systems. The subject of this talk is about the use of an advanced form of software engineering, known as artificial intelligence, in safety critical applications. To set the scene, I'm sure you need no reminding that the basic safety publication, IEC 61508, is recognised worldwide as a key standard in assuring the safe behaviour of computer-based control systems that protect both workers and the public at large. Typical applications include process shutdown, machinery interlocks, many types of transport, and some systems that provide information on which safety-critical decisions are based. By contrast, the ISO IEC definition of artificial intelligence is a set of methods and systems that enable automated prediction, recommendations, and decision-making within a specified domain. Examples include recognition of images, identification of key parameters, defining relationships between cause and effect, detection of anomalies, and machine learning. During the rest of my talk, I want to highlight why the use of AI in safety systems can no longer be ignored, together with some of the reasons that AI is difficult to assure against current safety standards. I will conclude by introducing a possible framework for assurable AI developed by a joint ISO-IEC working group. In the business environment, AI is already seen as a significant and growing business area. Fortune Business Insights has valued the worldwide market at over $27 billion in 2019, with a predicted growth to $266 billion by 2027. And Grandview Research has predicted the market size even greater at $39 billion, with a predicted growth rate of 40% over the same time interval. Successful applications can be found in analysis of financial data, social networking, image, face and language recognition, text mining, cybersecurity, and many types of medical and healthcare application. And with so much commercial success, it is hardly surprising that applications can be found in safety critical systems, including, for example, optimization of maintenance intervals and detection of anomalies, which could indicate systems are starting to become less dependable. Perhaps one of the most widely talked about safety critical applications is in the use in autonomous vehicles, particularly road transport, but also present in manufacturing, robotics, and assisted living aids. There is a further application in tools used during the development process, for example, to conduct trades between different objectives, including performance, cost, and manufacturability, or else to detect anomalies during the verification and validation process. And yet, current computer safety standards explicitly discourage the use of artificial intelligence techniques, as for example in this excerpt from IEC 61508-3, which shows where NR signifies not recommended. To understand this recommendation, we need to compare conventional development processes and the approach used by many common AI methods and techniques. For a conventional system, there are three main steps: identification of the need, specification of the need, usually based on a priori knowledge of the world about similar problems, and then adapted through various systematic and analytical techniques to address the specific user circumstances, followed by implementation through progressive refinement and extension of the specification into the computer program. For a safety system, this process is augmented by further systematic techniques, first to identify hazards related to the user need, and then to assess the control measures necessary to reduce the risk of such hazards to tolerable levels, applying in both the normal and abnormal conditions and also failure situations. Lastly, the risk controls are incorporated in the different levels of specification and implementation. In contrast, most common AI methods take the user need, collect observations on the problem the user wishes to address, and applies analysis using statistics to identify relationships between cause and effect, and then implement the statistical models, either using conventional programming or AI libraries. The model is not derived in an understanding of a wider body of knowledge or past experience, and indeed the underlying statistical models are generally not proven valid for the particular data set, prompting the UK Guardian newspaper to raise the query in January of this year: are we witnessing the dawn of post-theory science? And with the result that the solution may be difficult to relate to human reasoning or understanding. Given the nature of the requirements capture process, AI is likely to be used in environments that are difficult to capture with pre-existing models. Further, a system derived from data observations is only as good as the data on which it relies. If the data is incomplete, rare but critical conditions may be missed. If the data does not accurately represent the frequency of different conditions, the results could be biased. And if the relationship between cause and effect changes, then the original solution may no longer be appropriate. In the extreme, a machine learnt model would represent every data point by a unique set of parameters. In practice, data points are clustered by identifying the most influential parameters in that data. However, again, this may obscure rare but critical features. Verification and validation of conventional development involves a variety of analysis and inspection techniques, as well as testing against the different levels of design, usually using knowledge of the design to define sufficient test coverage. Common AI techniques, by contrast, usually reserve part of the observation data to compare whether the outputs of the system for a given set of inputs correlate well with the observed results. Challenges related to V&V of an AI system include difficulty in identifying the boundary of safe behaviour of the system and a lack of a high-level specification against which to carry out validation. With no internal structure to guide the definition of test cases, testing is effectively black box and test coverage is uncertain, a situation which has long been considered insufficient in conventional standards. Further, the number of test cases representative of the entire domain and able to meet the statistical requirements of current standards would be challenging. Without understandable behaviour that can be rationalised in terms of our human observations of the world, it is difficult to predict how the algorithm may react in unexpected circumstances. And within service learning, the system may no longer adhere to the validated behaviour, undermining the case for safety for the system. As a result, it may be difficult to show that all risks have been systematically identified and reduced to tolerable levels. However, because of their ability to automate control in areas where we have incomplete scientific knowledge, AI can also deliver benefits for safety, such as enable new ways of risk reduction, reveal means to control previously uncontrollable phenomena in a form of new science, optimize safety within affordable constraints and do so quickly, reveal anomalous behaviour, facilitate decision-making with uncertain or incomplete information. Although it needs to be recognised, by enabling improved safety, it is also reasonable to expect that the safety norm for all that's reasonably practical can be escalated for the same level of investment. Given it is inevitable that AI will be used in safety systems, the joint working group ISO/IEC JTC1 SC42 WG3 is developing a framework for safety assurance based on the impact that a particular use case can have on a safety function, the degree to which the decision-making activity is fully autonomous or relies on human supervision, whether the particular development methods can be shown to adhere to current computer-based safety standards, and in particular the safety properties that they're expected to produce, and if not, whether the necessary properties can be shown to be achieved in an alternative way. This approach lends itself to the risk classification matrix seen in this slide, which along the horizontal axis assesses the extent to which an AI system can be shown to meet the relevant safety properties, and along the vertical axis, the extent to which the proposed AI technology is responsible for decision-making that directly affects the safety function. As the behaviour of the AI system becomes less transparent and less amenable to review, then the risk increases. And unless alternative measures can be put in place to reduce that risk, then it may not be appropriate to deploy AI in that particular application. The classification scheme was published by ISO and IEC in June 2021 as a draft technical report, TR 5469. Following comments, we are anticipating a final technical report to be published during 2022. Finally, I would like to finish by acknowledging the work of the ad hoc group between members of SC65A and JTC1 SC42 WG3, who have provided a huge contribution to the work over the last 18 months, and especially to my counterpart from Working Group 3, Takeshi Egawa. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Canning. Safety management is the most important thing when you use AI for mission-critical systems. Our presentation showed us a clear picture on the leading-edge challenges in the international standardization bodies. I and sub-chairs will read questions and answers for the presentation. The first question is, you indicated that AI can also deliver benefits for safety. That is a heartening idea. I think AI may provide ways to work around lack of dependability of AI components. What do you think about it? Are there any possibilities?
There are a range of different ways AI could be beneficial to safety. On the one hand, use of statistical techniques allow analysis of systems where the underlying physics is poorly understood. If the dominant parameters which drive the physical behavior can be extracted from observational data, then advanced hypotheses can be formed on how to control the phenomena. This means we can develop more precise ways to control a system, putting in place mechanisms that prevent it getting out of control. A totally different argument is where AI is used to replace the human in the loop. The argument being that since a human is unreliable, replacement by automation that will behave in a predictable and repeatable manner is more dependable. And training of the system can continue until the statistical repeatability of behavior is much higher than can be achieved by humans, especially as they get tired, bored, or are simply error-prone. The challenge is to be certain that the AI system has been exposed to every permutation of the environment, because it will not be capable of reasoning by analogy in the same way that the human might. Yet again, the speed with which a rudimentary AI algorithm can be developed, given sufficient data, may mean that for relatively small additional cost, extra safety functions could be delivered, or AI technology could be used to reduce the number of demands on a safety system. Whilst it may be difficult to argue that conventional protection mechanisms can be removed, it should certainly be possible to argue that safer systems are being introduced at little extra cost. One further possibility is to use AI as part of the verification process. If it can learn the expected test results, it can also be used to identify results which are anomalous, thereby enabling very rapid detection of test failure. Since many of our more onerous verification techniques for complex systems are labor-intensive, AI could be used to reduce effort in this part of the life cycle, not necessarily allowing cost to be reduced, but certainly allowing effort to be expended elsewhere, and reducing the test analysis error rate.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, the risk classification matrix you introduced today has 3 columns, which differ in the degree AIs meet safety requirements. How can one identify which column a certain AI belongs to? Is there a clear measure to identify boundaries between those columns?
If you look closely at the columns, they are, in fact, requiring you to execute judgment against today's safety standards. The most left-hand column is saying that you can show that the requirements of current standards are met. This very much depends on the type of AI you are using. For example, rule-based systems would equate very well with a logic-based approach, which generally underlies quite high level of safety assurance. The only issue being that rules tend to link to the requirements capture level, which even in conventional system is somewhat imprecise or iterative process. The middle column is, to my mind, saying if you cannot meet today's safety standards, can you show equivalence in another way? This is perfectly allowable in a goal-based standard, for example, IEC 61508. If we look at Part 3, Normative Annex A, it allows other measures and techniques may be applied, providing that the requirements and objectives have been met. Pointing at Annex C, which identifies the safety properties that need to be present in the delivered system. However, you choose to implement it. Of course, because you have chosen to go against conventional wisdom. It is much less comfortable than simply implementing a prescriptive standard. But if your argument can stand up to independent and informed scrutiny, then why not? The third column is really saying that if you cannot justify your approach in a way that stands up to scrutiny, then you should not use the AI in certain type of application. In fact, the revised version of the technical report that is about to be circulated may be even harder, not even suggesting that a system that only indirectly impacts safety should be implemented using AI techniques, though perhaps an entirely separate additional means of protection could mitigate against this concern. But if the system can be argued that it cannot affect safety, even for unforeseeable consequences, then there is no issue.
The next speaker is Dr. Regina Guyhofer from the Siemens and the Secretary IEC TC62, SC62B, and SC62C. The presentation title is AI and Digitization for Electrical Equipment in Medical Practice.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk here. Our committee is part of the IEC. The IEC is the international standard and conformity assessment system for electrotechnology. This does not mean it's the only standardization organization, but it's the broadest level of international standard, international consensus standards. Nearly all countries in the world are members or affiliates. We have more than 200 committees, 20,000 experts, and 10,000 standards, around 10,000. The number is increasing. We are a sort of sister to the ISO, youngest sister, because TC62 was established in the 60s as the medical electrical equipment became very exciting. This was the time where MRI, CT, gamma knife was invented, was really state of the science, state of the art. And you see this still in the structure of the committee. We have B for diagnostic imaging equipment, C for therapy. We have the common aspects in A, and we have the rest of the devices, which was in the 60s, not a lot of the electrically powered devices, but in the meantime, it is a lot. I'm not sure, do you see my slides?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, thank you. But now the time has changed. And we have now also an advisory group, an international advisory group for safety network artificial intelligence for all the new techniques and trends. And we started to create specific groups really on top, at the top level for AI and more modern approaches. Don't misunderstand me. The old approaches are still fine and we still work on them. But safety was right from the first days. You see here one of the first scopes, if not the first one. Safety of life and property was right there, as well as software technology. I know these pictures look a little bit old-fashioned, especially the printout, but you see also the new ones. And you could not lay your hand on a CT or MRI in the 60s and see the image as you cannot do it today. So software was always part of our committee. But in the last years, it became more important. And how does this relate to safety? These electrical machineries are dangerous. I know that sound as medical devices are dangerous. You no longer believe that they are dangerous because you are so used that you get no electric shock, except for defibrillators from them, but you get no electric shock from implants. You are no heavy parts fall on you or the operators, the workers. And this was what we have focused on in the last 50 years, these traditional safety risks. But now we say the software has to become as safe. And the trends in technology and in the market show us that it's really time to look in artificial intelligence, which complements the human intelligence in the same way, more or less, as my colleague said before. Physicians are also workers. Nurses are also workers. But now the medical equipment becomes also more mobile, and it is no longer necessary that you are near to your physician or your nurse, at least not all the time and not in every case. Telemedicine, teleconsultation are totally state of the art. And 24/7 monitoring of your values, whatever values these are, is today part of the daily life. And this means that a medical device is in your home. It watches you. Maybe it watches even your family. Imagine a smart speaker monitoring you for a depression. And this also means this is really personal data. So all the privacy, confidentiality, also in transmitting is topic. Who has access and when? What is on the other hand, because right from the start, the property and the environment were a topic. What is also a concern for us is to have all these new technologies, especially the AI part, means you have to have a lot of computer power. And computer power means you have to use resources like, let's say, rare earth. And these resources have to be gained. And this is sometimes really dangerous for the people gaining them. And the resources are also not available unlimited. So when our kids, grandchildren, and the people in 100 or 200 years want still to have at least a comparable amount of health protection, then we have to protect these resources. Another topic is certainly some of these resources are poisonous, have radiation. And this all together, so this more mobile, this more independent, and in the homes, comparable with we will have 9-10 billion people relatively soon, and all have the right to have the same health protection, brings new challenges. And therefore, I want to talk about the new things we do and the new medical devices we face. You see here ECG on a watch. You see here a game to do therapy, kids with ADHD. These are wristbands for silent ICU, telesurgery, robots in the health, in your personal private area or in the hospital, medical robots. But you see also the refurbishment, reuse, remanufacture aspect, because these medical devices are still good. Maybe not longer state of the art, but good enough for a lot of purposes. So what do we do? Only current work, so that you have an idea about the breadth. We work on the base standard and bring it to the new time. The 6061-1 is a family. This is the base standard, but it is the base for a family of 60 to 80 standards, depending how you count joint work. And it's the base standard for safety. This is the standard who protects you from electronic shock, from heat burns, from radiation, from noise, all this. And this is worker safety too, not only patient safety. We work on implants for MRI exams. This is not so much AI, but this is a lot of logic together with the implant manufacturers. We work on test methods for AI-enabled devices, products used in healthcare, or on clinical effectiveness checks for software as a medical device. Give you an example why this can be complicated when we have clinical studies since so long. It can be complicated because relatively new for the regulators in the medical device area is, one is that AI can learn, and it should learn when it uses the full potential. This is traumatic for medical device regulation. Because medical devices should stay as they are in a certified state. So two concepts match here totally not. And you have now medical devices which rely fully on a behavioral change of the patient. These are the digital therapeutics. And how do you measure this? This is not new how you measure it, but it is new in the area of electric devices, machinery. We have also digital twins. How do you know that your patient population or the simulated person, the simulated heart, is really behaving like the heart of this patient? How can you evaluate this? This is study work. But this is the problem of no one up to now has released your medical device for the market when you have not done the studies before. So it's not like in drugs where you can do the studies before in different stages. This is a new concept for medical devices. We work also on testing dosimeters. This is traditional, or mid-infrared arthroscopy. This is traditional as long as you gain the data. When you then work with data, it's AI. We work on refurbishment. This is not AI related, but a lot of quality relation because you have to protect the patient and the people. We also work on really traditional things you might think are solved since decades. You have in the hospital radioactive sources, and there is not a lot needed for making a dirty bomb. And there was, up to now, not a single standard who really worked for hospitals, where patients go in, out, families go in, out, where you cannot protect it like in a nuclear plant. This is around the work we do for safety of people, for safety of the workers. We work together with different areas, mainly with the software guys and the implant, but not only for thefts. We work with an ISO committee which handles vaults and safes. So I hope I could give you an overview of what we do in this medical manufacturing area for equipment and software, what we have done in the last 50 plus years, and that we work also on the new challenges. And I can only invite you to join us in our work. We need experts from different areas. It must not be from medical device manufacturers.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Regina Guyhofer, for talking about the leading edge activities at IEC on applying the AI for medical systems very safely. Any questions? I have one question. So does your committee also work on topics like brain-computer interface or in silico methods?
Yeah, we work on this, but we have to say this really brand new or extremely new techniques in the practice are something which have to mature before we write a standard on the international level. This is not because we are not interested. We monitor this. We have already experts for these fields which work with us and prepare new work items. But when you have an international standard and regulators adapt this standard, enforce this standard, it brings the development in a certain direction. And sometimes you want to avoid to make too strong borders on the innovation. So usually ISO and IEC waits a little bit until it's mature enough that it's in the viewpoint of the regulators.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
Hi, I'm Koichi Konishi from AISD Japan. When anyone wants to join your committee, IEC TC62, how can one do so?
You can join by your national committee. You can go to ISO or IEC, easy as IEC. But you can also join over our liaison partners. We have liaisons to several organizations like JTC1, SC42 for the horizontal standards in AI, or FOMP for protection, radiation protection, or ITU, IEEE. We have with a lot of organizations liaisons, and you can join via these organizations too, or via your national IEC committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regina. The next speaker is Takuya Izumi, Director for Information Policy Planning, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. The presentation title is Introducing to AI Governance in Japan. Izumi-san, please.
Thank you, Seo-san. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me today. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm Takuya Izumi, a Director for Information Policy Planning at the Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry. Our METI, we have been discussing how to operationalize AI principles and how to design AI governance since 2020. We published a report on AI governance last January and called for a public comment. Most appreciate the general direction. Then we tweaked the report, drafted the first version of AI governance guidelines, and published them last July. Based on public feedback on the guidelines, we published a minor revision of guidelines at the end of last month. Today, I will briefly explain our report and guidelines. The Integrated Innovation Strategy 2020 and the AI Strategy 2019, device based on follow-ups 2 years ago, set the following agenda about AI governance. Discuss ideal approach to AI governance in Japan, including regulation, standardization, guidelines, and audit, conducive to the competitiveness of Japanese industry and increase social acceptance for the purpose of operationalizing the AI principles, taking domestic and international AI trends into an account. By the way, you can find a chapter or report or a guideline corresponding to each slide in the top right. Prompted by the agenda, the METI started discussion on ideal approach to AI governance. Here, it may be good to review the Japanese social principles on human-centric AI. First, human-centric. Second, education and literacy. Third, privacy protection and ensuring security, fair competition, fairness, accountability, and transparency. And finally, innovation. In the discussion, the METI defines AI governance as design and operation of technological, organizational, and social system by stakeholders for the purpose of managing risk posed by the use of AI at the levels acceptable to stakeholders and maximizing their positive impact. It may be good to set a layered structure of AI governance to streamline the discussion. The first layer corresponds to basic values for society. You can call them goals or principles. The Japanese government set 7 principles in 2019, as mentioned. Many countries generally agree with AI principles. I think the OECD AI principles are global standard, which are aligned with the Japanese ones. Look at the second layer, which correspond to the horizontal and intermediate rules. The EU's proposed AI regulation is generally placed on the second layer, and it is legally binding. The AI governance guidelines in Japan is also placed on the second layer, but it is not legally binding. There are several rules corresponding to the third layer. I think the US preferred a sector approach. For example, some municipal governments set an ordinance generally prohibiting use of AI-powered facial recognition for legal enforcement and policing. The EU's proposed AI regulation is hybrid. Many sector-specific directives are listed in Annex 2 of the proposed regulation. The machinery regulation have been proposed. Please note that our report and guideline do not say about the third layer. I think some binding rules are necessary in some sectors, for example, to address physical safety concerns. Here is our approach. As I mentioned, that AI governance guidelines are horizontal and intermediate rules. This slide shows rationale behind our approach. According to the Governance Innovation Report, which is another remarkable work at my division, Goal-based governance is better to address an issue that laws and regulations face a difficulty in keeping up with the speed and complexity of society than the conventional rule-based governance. But it comes with another difficulty, big gap between goals and operation. Some company can overcome the gap by themselves, like IBM, the previous presenter's company. But many companies are likely to struggle towards the goal. That is why the governance innovation report suggests that non-binding intermediate guidelines help company voluntarily address the gap between goals and operation. In the context of AI regulations, the report expert group on AI agreed with the basic direction suggested by the governance innovation. Then the METI published a report about AI governance last January and called for public comments. Stakeholders generally preferred the goal-based governance and welcomed our approach, and that brought us to set the AI governance guidelines. The AI governance guidelines are non-binding as horizontal intermediate guidelines. They set 14 action targets that AI companies should work on with hypothetical, practical examples for the target and examples for gap analysis between AI governance goals and current state to support implementation of AI principles necessary to facilitate adoption of AI in society. And they support voluntary initiatives by making the guideline widely shared among AI companies and create a common understanding among stakeholders regarding implementation of AI principles. I'd like to emphasize that the guidelines are practical and good material for cooperative AI governance in the supply chains of AI system development and in the life cycle of AI system. The guideline defines AI system, which is aligned with the OECD definition with a focus on machine learning, because many issues we are facing are related to features of machine learning technology, especially deep learning. The guidelines are aimed at helping AI companies comprising of AI system developer, operator, and data provider. Because data providers, AI system developer, and AI system operators are involved in the supply chain before the system is provided to AI system users, the guidelines should not focus on AI system developers. Data provider and an AI system operator play an important role in the value chain. Agile governance develops operationalize the idea of governance innovation, and they are excellent guide for continuous improvement for governing actors. AI governance guidelines follow the framework of agile governance. The guidelines begin with condition and risk analysis. When deciding on AI policy, companies should examine positive and negative impact of AI, social acceptance related to the AI, and their own AI proficiency, which means how much the company is ready for the development and operation of AI systems. Companies are encouraged to set an AI governance goals based on the assessment in the conditions and risk analysis. Then companies need to design an AI management system to achieve their AI governance goals. Specifically, the following targets are standard action in the guideline: analyzing a gap between AI governance goals and current state and addressing the gap, improving literacy of human resources responsible for the AI management system, reinforcing the AI management through cooperation between companies, for example, sharing information properly, and reducing incident-related burdens of AI system users by preventing incidents and providing early response to incidents. The next step is implementation of the management system. The first two targets are to ensure readiness for explanation about implementation status of AI management system and operating status of individual AI systems externally. In addition, companies should consider ranking the information related to AI governance, non-financial information in the corporate governance code, and proactively disclosing such information for better communication with their stakeholders. And if they decide not to disclose such information, they should be prepared to explain their rationale. Next, companies should have independent individuals evaluate the validity of design and operation of the management system. Companies should also consider seeking opinions of outside stakeholders, including business partners, consumers, and experts. Furthermore, in order to verify the validity of the AI governance goals themselves, positive and negative impacts, social acceptance, and the company's AI proficiency should be reanalyzed in a timely manner. The guidelines comes with what you may call checklist for gap analysis between goals and operation. We map the question on the OECD diagram. They have 43 items and 136 examples of questions. Here are 2 questions from the list. In one-to-one context, one of the questions is, do the AI system developer and operator anticipate AI literacy and experience of use of AI systems or potential users of AI system, which are going to develop and operate? In two-to-one data, one of the question is, did the data provider and AI system developer define the scope of data required for training, validating, testing, and the development of the AI system and obtain and correct data within the required scope? Okay, let me recap my talk. The METI set the idea approach to AI governance and published the AI governance guidelines. The guidelines have a lot of practical examples and checklists. They are excellent guidelines when you set up the AI governance in your organization. Please take a look at them and hopefully incorporate some of the idea in your governance. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation on how the AI can be governed. Are there any questions?
Yes, can I?
Yes, please.
So thank you for the presentation. So there are many other guidelines and checklists in Japan, also in other countries. Would you share your thoughts on how we can use the METI AI governance guideline better together with other guidelines and checklist?
Thank you very much. A great, excellent question, Koni-san. So the METI AI governance guideline given an overall picture for AI governance at an organization, including a government and a company. However, it's not comprehensive. There are many good works outside the METI, so the guidelines cite and incorporate them in the guideline. For example, machine learning quality management guidelines by the Japan's National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology is incorporated. So it can be said that the METI guidelines navigate guidelines sick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Izumi-san.
Thank you.
Other questions? You are in the good position to learn industry. What kind of the practical issue the industry is struggling, and share your thought about it?
Thank you for another excellent, great question, Seo-san. Okay, so I think that most AI companies realize the importance of AI governance. However, many companies are struggling to incorporate it into the overall corporate governance. Some examples of leading companies suggest that the trial and error is necessary and important for the good AI governance goals. So I think that my message is to start, take a small step, but take some trial and error, and then finally you can successfully incorporate AI governance into the overall corporate governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Izumi-san. The next speaker is Dr. Yutaka Oiwa, Deputy Director, Digital Architecture Research Center, AIST. The presentation title is their Machine Learning Quality Management Guideline. Oiwa-san, please.
Thank you very much for introduction. I'm Yutaka Oiwa from the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology. It's one of the largest national institutes in Japan, especially focusing for industrial use of engineering technologies. So today I would like to introduce our activity for machine learning quality management, especially the publication of our activities. So recently, AI is so widely deployed in the real world. So we have so many computer controlled equipment everywhere, every day, like automotive, airplanes, trains, or we also have chemical plants and power grids. All of them are working with computer controlled and often using AI in some form. And so also AI has become unavoidable parts of the software. So, but it also causes some fears for the AIs in the real world. For example, people fear about the failure of the AI decisions will harm or even killing people. Also, there is a fear for the AI to do some social injustice, such as discrimination or other unethical decisions. And there might be also a fear for that AI is not understandable or it's uncertain. So in the reaction to such kind of fear, around 2019, several actions for written clarification for the requirements AI has been published really in the same time of range. So from OECD in the left, there has 5 principles published in May. And in April, Europe, high-level expert group on the artificial intelligence has also published the ethical guidelines for trustworthy AI. And in Japan, as Izumi-san has introduced, there is a social principles of human-centric AI published on the March 2019. And recently, in the last year, UNESCO, which is an official organization under the United Nations, also published the recommendations of the ethics of AI. And since then, 2 years has passed, and in the last year, there appears several government implementations actions for the AI quality. So from the United States, the NIST has published requests for information for their AI risk management framework development. And in July, and in April, Europe has published a proposal for the Unified AI Act. And in Japan, the METI has published the AI governance guideline, which is a software approach, as also introduced by Izumi-san. Interestingly, these actions are happening in parallel. And then if we have these actions, what What's next? So society knows about high-level requirements, and the government has stated what they need or what the society needs. Then it's our engineers' duty to show how to achieve these needs, and we have to present it to the society. It's our focus of our guideline. So in short, our machine learning quality management guideline is a technical guidance to implement and evaluate and even explain quality of the machine learning systems. So we are primarily targeting the providers of the services and products who use machine learning, or the developers of such systems. And also it can be used for the guidance for end users to select services, or even for the evaluators or certificatory to certify quality of the product produced by providers and developers. So to assemble this quality management guideline, we have formed a committee, so-called Committee for Machine Learning Quality Management in 2018. And in this committee, several people joined this activity from our research institute, and also from other national institutes and universities in Japan. And we, the experts from 10 or more business companies have joined this group, from the consumer product producers and big and small AI developers or vendors. And we also had some observers from the government side, from METI and other agency in Japan, and also from the funding agency, so that we can closely working with the national or worldwide activities as much as possible. So we had almost weekly meeting for the active development of the guideline. And we had published the first edition of our guideline in June 2020. And recently we have published the second edition of the English version of this guideline. So it's available from the homepage shown here. So, and also Izumi-san has already explained a bit about the formulation of the several documents. So as repeating, we are developing the technical content for this kind of scheme. So our guideline is positioned below the social level ethics principles that I described. So in short, we are not defining what is correct to the society, but instead we are clarifying how it can be correct technically. In other words, its positioning is very similar to the several IEC or ISO standards level, such as IEC 61508 or ISO 26262 for automotives. So our guideline is typically universally applicable for the broader AI applications, not limited to automotives, economics, plants, or something like that. So we are expecting that from this kind of guideline, each application domains will establish their per domain guidelines in the future. So the abstract thing has been said. I now start to describe some content of our guideline. So this is the structure of our guideline. So we are separating the issues into several layers. So the one important point is that we are the target of the quality management and summarized into 3 properties. And namely, we are the first target is for safety or risk avoidance, and second thing is general AI performance, and third one is the fairness. And in the guideline, we are also defining the levels of the quality target for each of these three properties. And given that, the guideline also establishing the 9 quality management aspects which are to be addressed technically. So in other words, the quality target is the understanding the goal of the quality management, and this quality management 9 aspects establish how it can be realized. And in correspondence to these levels, requirements set for each level of the quality target has been defined in the guideline. So in more detail, this is a list of the 9 quality management aspects, which are categorized into actually 4 categories. So in the first category, the first action is defined as the problem analysis, and its correspondence to the dataset design. And after established the well-designed target for dataset, we next start to inspect how the actual data is established in the second data quality category. And the third category is the actual quality of the AI model, which are derived from the quality checked data and data sets. And fourth category is the quality after the deployment or maintenance stage. These are the overview of our guideline content. And in our activity, in addition to that guideline, we also publish several outcomes. First one is our quality assurance test-based software called Kunomon, which will support the development or evaluation for the high-quality AI, which is also available from our homepage. And we are also publishing several related documents like reference guides and or the other quality management research and development outcomes. All of these activities are supported by the research grant from Japanese funding agency, NEDO. So finally, I would like to introduce very briefly our activities for the society. So in addition to the guideline publication and quality assurance testbed as described now, so we are also working closely with the society and the industry to realize air quality management. And for industry uses, several companies have started application of this guideline for their own products, and we are working closely with them to make our guideline even better in the near future. And also, as Yamada-san has introduced, the IBM Japan has started their consultation and assistance service for the quality developments. And as Izumi-san says, we are also working with the Japanese ministries and agencies to establish AI quality actions. So their AI governance guideline has referred our guideline content, and also the 3 Japanese ministries and agencies has jointly published AI quality management guideline for chemical plants, which are based on our guideline. And also, we are working and contributing for the several standardization activities such as ISO, IC activities, and other actions as well. That's my introduction for our machine learning quality management guideline, which is available from this homepage. So please take a look, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oiwa. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time left. So can I ask you just one question? So
Yes,
you
please.
stated that you are doing some effort on the standardization efforts on the IEC, ISO. Could you tell me a
Yes.
little bit more? What's the really ongoing on that?
Okay, so in the ISO IC JTC1 SC42, there is a development for the technical report about the AI and the safety its relations. So I am contributing several content from our knowledge established by development of this guideline to make them make a better technical report. In short, that's the summary. Maybe Audrey will describe more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oiwa. The next speaker is Professor Seth Vijay Kumar, Director, Edinburgh Center for Robotics, and he is also serving as the Program Co-Director for AI, the Alan Turing Institute. The presentation title is Shared Autonomy for Dependable Human-Robot Interaction. Okay, Seth, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. It's an exciting initiative, and I really wish the success of this conference. So my talk is going to focus on the interaction between humans and robots, and I come from the scientific background of actually working with hardware and real robots, both as a way of applying the artificial intelligence developments that we're making in machine learning to the successful and robust working of the robotic platforms, but also ensuring that the human-robot collaboration, when these robots are deployed, are done in a safe, efficient, and sustainable fashion. So I do think I need to impress upon the audience here that robotics is becoming ubiquitous in different walks of life, all the way from traditional areas like manufacturing in the assembly line to more new areas like we had the earlier speaker talking about medical robotics, but also in space, in exploration, things like smart cities for our future, but also dealing with issues like aging and a graceful way of dealing with some of the health challenges we'll face as an inverted pyramid. So, how do we address this with robotics? So classically, we've always talked about robotics as something which you can teleoperate using user interfaces that are well known. The research now is pushing towards robots that are more and more autonomous, start making decisions on their own. But really, the challenge in the next sort of 10 to 15 years is somewhere in between, where what I call shared autonomy, where even in a single task, you are able to seamlessly move between the extremes of teleoperation and fully autonomous behaviors, depending upon the context, depending upon the reliability of the system, and depending upon the need for automation. So why do I say that? Why do I think that collaborative and shared autonomy is important? Well, from a socioeconomic point of view, we have to use robots in different domains to address some of the grand challenges that we have. So, for example, we have to sustainably meet the industrial standards, ensure food security for the growing population. We are building lots and lots of equipment around our society, which needs inspection, repair, and maintenance, and it's physically impossible for humans to do that without the help of automation. I briefly mentioned healthcare and aging and the use of exoskeletons, etc., for addressing these challenges. But also, I mean, we've noticed in the past 2 years from the challenges of the pandemic that we have to be very flexible with the redeployment of such technologies on the fly very fast. So things like being able to work remotely and still work efficiently and keep up the productivity. So these are challenges coming from socioeconomic point of view. But even more fundamentally, there are some fundamental scientific challenges why full autonomy is still a while away or may not be entirely desirable. We need collaborative settings, because the moment robots and humans start interacting with each other, there are issues that classical robotics cannot yet deal with. So we need to be able to deal with uncertainty, deal with constrained environments, and there are also humans in the loop. So basically doing things like user intentions, modeling user intentions is quite a hard thing to do. So how are we going to address this? How are we going to tackle some of these challenges? So I'm going to give you a few examples of the research that we've been doing in exactly this area. So for example, if you think about shared autonomy for remote operations, where we want to operate a robot in a remote room, maybe another city, maybe even another planet, but we want to do it from the comfort of your office where you are well protected. So you will see typically an example like this, where you will have a console where a person is looking at a digital twin of the environment that is being built on the fly using machine learning techniques, and the human is giving some high-level interventions about goals. But the low-level decisions about how the robot should navigate, avoid obstacles, pick up objects is done completely autonomously. So this is where the best of both worlds, the human contextual decision-making and the smarts in terms of autonomous behavior to deal with delays, etc., can be married together for advanced performance. So where do these kind of operations, where do they play a big role? We're already doing some projects in the nuclear and offshore decommissioning. We're looking at disaster recovery scenarios, collaborative manufacturing, and the big, in London, there's a big home that was being worked on for the past 10 years, which is the Crossrail project, and some of our robots work in those settings. So another example is if you would think about the oil rigs or renewable energy of the future, you may want to be maintaining the assets on such offshore oil rigs, which are in pretty harsh environments in the sea, from the comfort of your office, and have minimized the number of humans who would have to physically be there and monitor things and live there for a while. So a very interesting solution is having robots that are not only wheeled, but are legged and can navigate very complex, challenging environments, just like humans would do, and monitor, sense, and send back information, but also change the state of the world. So do things like deploying sensors on sort of oil rigs or tanks, which are, for example, it may be coming to the end of life, so you want to be able to monitor their assets for sustainable future, whether it needs replacement, is it close to failure modes, etc. So another environment I want to briefly touch upon is the work that we're doing with NASA, where one of the challenges for NASA is to look at more sort of not just near orbit missions like the ISS or the moon, but potentially look at Mars and beyond. So one of the challenges is to be able to deploy robots, not just humanoid robots, but potentially humanoid robots to do work on the ISS, to do repairs, to do things where the astronauts traditionally have been doing things. So building capabilities in such humanoid robots to be able to semi-autonomously navigate, pick up objects, do repairs is crucial, not only for the cost, but also for risk assessment and reducing the challenges that astronauts may face. So we may not think of space as an extreme environment, but robots in extreme environments indeed do cover space. And another challenge is of course, the use of robots as collaborative agents in working together with humans in lifting heavy loads in the manufacturing sector. So we have a project with the Honda Research Institute, for example, on looking at how robots and humans can work or coexist and work together, reduce injuries while the workers are lifting heavy loads, and basically improve accuracy and repeatability of methods while the humans are still making the high-level decisions of when and where to do these things. So examples of approaches would be to use robots in high-value manufacturing industry where inspection, repair, and maintenance is constantly a big challenge. So it's about moving from fixed traditional jigs to things which are more, marrying the capabilities of robots and humans together. So the domain I want to briefly cover from a scientific point of view is the use of shared autonomy in healthcare. So exoskeletons are a very good example, and some of the research that we do in our labs at the Edinburgh Centre for Robotics, the University of Edinburgh, looks at the use of exoskeletons for multiple purposes, for improving ergonomics in the workplace, for the use of exoskeletons for rehabilitation from a sports injury or say a spinal injury, stroke patients, but also potentially for the use in something called Advanced Care Research Center here, where we're trying to look at healthy and longer living in your own homes as you age. So graceful aging. These are excellent examples of the use. So all the examples that I've showed you will tell you that the utopian view of a future of work from your in the comfort of your home while managing multiple things in a collaborative fashion is no longer a science fiction. But there are still some interesting underlying open scientific challenges that we should address from a scientific point of view. Here are a few things that I think are very important. So we need to worry about safety of robots and humans working together. So we need to worry about safety in software, but also build inherently compliant, safe hardware so that robots are not working in complete isolation with humans. Some of our speakers also mentioned the sim-to-real gap and digital twins. And indeed, the scalability of some of these techniques and the testing, to test these things, we need to develop digital twins that reduce the sim-to-real gap. And lastly, I think verifiable and explainable methods are super important for the safety of deployment of these techniques. So to address some of these challenges, some of the key moral, ethical, and questions that are out with the scientific development include things like when and how to transfer responsibility. If something goes wrong, who is responsible? What are the laws that need to be built in to address these unfortunate situations, as will happen with technology, and especially with learning systems. When things change and evolve, how do we deal with that? So to address that, we've been working both at our lab with things like Living Labs at the University of Edinburgh, but also we're at the Alan Turing Institute as the National UK Centre for Data Science. We create standards that we can use to roll out testing regimes, which working closely with the scientists and the industry and the government to address these issues. So it's been a pleasure to talk to you guys, and I would welcome you to come and look at some of the work that we're doing using the website that's on the slide just now, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Vijay Kumar for the very interesting talk on the leading edge research on the shared autonomy. Any questions?
Once again, I had a question. The shared autonomy is, or the shared control, how we call it, is a problem for us. The medical device manufacturer, regulators enforce that the human has always to have the oversight. But when you think at where we use robots, as example, for image-guided radiotherapy, the robot can react so much more precise and fast than the person. So when you give the person the control, it might be the contrary of beneficial. Yeah. And the same for BCI, how we call it. You call it exoskeleton and prosthetics. How do you handle this? Is this for you also a challenge?
That's exactly the challenges we're addressing right now. So we've got autonomy levels ranging from full teleoperation to autonomy level 4 or 5 that we talk about even in the medical field. And in fact, just last month, there's been an article about autonomous laparoscopy that has been trialed in a bovine model. So here, I think you're absolutely right that the progression of the autonomy is supposed to be very gradual. So we have established methods for doing teleoperation with things like the Da Vinci surgical instruments. We've now got to a stage where some of the other aspects like task level autonomy is now becoming a lot more reliable. So what I mean by task level autonomy is the humans decide when and what kind of things to do. Some of the suturing in an operation happens autonomously, but the robot is not making decisions on things like which bit of the cancer needs to be removed. That is still with the surgeon. That decision making still happens with the surgeon. So depending upon the criticality of the job, obviously operations, surgery is a super critical application. So the level at which we include or incorporate autonomy will be much slower compared to something like operating in a remote environment where we have to go in and do some search and rescue. There, the cost of a robot failing is less compared to the success chances of finding a survivor. So that trade-off is always the case.
Yeah, this medical device benefit must outweigh the risk. Thing is here different. Thank you.
Thank you. The one more question is, do you have anything? There's any other, what's the most important technology for you'd like to ask the AI research community to realize in order to make the safe Vision Zero or safe shared autonomy for real?
So I think one of the things that we're trying to push to the Turing Institute as well is the fact that when we develop technologies, whether it is automated computer vision, the use of deep learning, machine learning for data processing, for say motor control, in all of these technologies, there are some things which are developed with a black box kind of approach, which have got less chances of being explainable when some things go wrong. So one of the things that we're trying to do is to build some standards in the development of these technologies where by design they are verifiable. Design, it's not an afterthought, but by design they address the...
We had at least a little bit of problem and possibility to interact.
Excellent.
Right. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Right.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So the next speaker is Dr. Jay Vitas, Chief Emerging Technology Branch of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health.
Yes, good morning or greetings. Thank you very much. Great to be here as part of Vision Zero Summit Japan and talk about artificial intelligence and the impact on the occupational safety and health practitioner. As noted, I'm Jay Vitas. I'm the Chief of the Emerging Technologies Branch for the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. If you look at a report from Stanford University in 2021, there were 34,000 publications related to AI in 2020. A 20% increase in private funding for artificial intelligence in 2020. Globally, $40 billion. But I think more importantly, artificial intelligence is going to continue to become more and more affordable. In 2015, image recognition entrant cost approximately $1,100 per entrant, and it is down to now $7.43. And so when you think about artificial intelligence on occupational safety and health, you ought to start by thinking about how the system, artificial intelligence, is fueled by the data. And there's a whole host of data to be considering, whether it's worker activity type data in terms of job or where they're working, or the processes, obviously, that they're performing. But I think artificial intelligence has the ability to look into other details associated with it, personalize it down to the worker level in terms of demographics, the education, the tolerance for risk, as well as the actual behaviors of workers. And to fuse this with the worker health data that is collected, whether it's exposure data that's going to explode in the future here in terms of the ability to collect more and more data. Just the wearables alone in terms of physiological monitoring already today show that there's so much more we can collect. Biological monitoring and pairing that with the traditional occupational safety and health direct reading and air sampling type information to be able to understand what is really going on with the worker, and to fuse this with occupational medical exams, both proactive and reactive, to really understand that connection between process, exposures, and health outcomes, and to really be able to understand better that chronic disease relationship to some of the workplace activities that are occurring. And so you might ask yourself, well, can AI be used to identify and prevent safety incidents? Can it improve exposure assessments? Can it provide a more accurate risk recommendations? Or could it even be used to take control of the situation to prevent safety incidents from happening? Well, the answer to these questions are absolutely yes. It is in the possible, but is really dependent upon the data and the computer programming, and more importantly, the quality of that data and computer programming, which will determine whether or not these questions can be answered effectively. Today, it is already true that artificial intelligence can be used to reduce the performance of high-risk work. For example, the use of unmanned area vehicles can be used to inspect bridges or to be able to get into high fall situations so that workers don't need to be in those locations, or the use of robots to perform activities over and over again that previously would require extensive musculoskeletal impact on the human, or to pair the human with a machine with exoskeletons to be able to reduce the musculoskeletal load on the human. Additionally, artificial intelligence can be used to monitor worker location and improve safety, through the use of smart helmets as one example in which you can actually geolocate the worker and to understand where they are, potentially even collect additional data associated with that, and prevent them from going into maybe a hazardous environment. It can be used with computer vision to be able to help workers drive more safely or to stay within a safe environment. And of course, sensors can be used to identify and pair all this together to be able to, again, know more about how the worker is doing, and more importantly, to keep them safe. The fusing of this with some of the environmental health and safety data can be powerful towards building artificial intelligence tools. Certainly can take all the data that's been generated through time and certainly add to the additional data to be able to predict exposure trends, and more importantly, come up with control opportunities. To better understand the impact of process perturbations, to identify where exactly to provide those controls and at what timing. And then to adjust for factors such as age, experience, and training to, again, personalize the risk recommendations in a particular workplace. But this really is incumbent upon having an improved data strategy, a standardized approach to be able to pull in the data, to be able to ensure it is appropriately cleaned and curated so that it works in these particular systems to get the outcomes that you're looking for. The other way that you can use artificial intelligence is through the use of natural language processing, to take all those reports that occupational safety and health professionals have generated through time, and to be able to sift through them and come up with keywords or better understanding, or make connections between the incidents that have occurred and the normal day-to-day processes. And this will help, obviously, in improving program management. But of course, there are ethical concerns with the use of these particular tools, and policies makers across the globe are concerned about the impact of the explosive use of these tools without some sort of guidelines. But the quantitative guidelines that really could help us to determine whether something is ethical or not is very, very limited at this point in time. And so it's important to understand just how these systems are built and be able to identify where there might be some concerns. One of the concerns is with respect to the development of these particular tools and the lack of diversity with those who are involved with the development of these. In fact, about 93% of PhD graduates associated with AI are white and male. And this does not appropriately represent the population as a whole. And it just needs to be acknowledged. That doesn't mean that those persons can't produce quality AI systems. And the occupational safety and health professionals should be concerned about the impact of health equity of these systems, and to ensure that that data that is being used to train and run these systems is representative of the workforce impacted. And if you look at sort of that relationship between the employer and the employee, I think some just basic principles come to mind in terms of trying to make sure that these systems work as appropriate. Of course, the data that is collected in general has security, privacy, and confidentiality concerns already, particularly when you're collecting health data. And when you're using these systems, I already mentioned how they could be biased if you don't actually represent the workers that are involved. But the other more important part is, how are these systems designed to ensure that they work effectively with the human? What is that human system interface? And what is expected of the human as a result of the system operating? Is it creating more stress for the worker, or is it actually creating a situation in which there's a true teaming between the worker and the system? So the potential hazards that could be associated with any artificial intelligence system include the basics: the impact on the human, the potential safety outcomes, whether it's physical outcomes, biological outcomes, chemical outcomes that could be unanticipated or anticipated to harm the worker. There's also that well-being piece that should be attended to in terms of how does it make the worker feel? How do they respond to these particular situations? And again, that impact, is it appropriately equitable amongst the workers that are working for these particular companies? Some of the other concerns that exist from the workforce perspective are, what is the impact of these systems on my job in terms of reductions in certain tasks, maybe even a loss in job altogether, and the need to change in terms of occupational definition. A bigger, broader concern is that potential mismatch between the skills of the workforce and the jobs that are being that are needed, and that has the potential to exacerbate inequity in our systems. And then there's that monitoring of the workforce. I mentioned about smart helmets and be able to monitor and keep workers safe. At the same time, what is the impact of potentially that big brother effect, in which workers have concern about what the employers are doing? How are they observing me? What is the impact then on potentially taking breaks, on doing my job, and just that overall loss of human autonomy if the system is telling me what to do, as opposed to me having what I believe to be is control over my particular work and work day. So what are the approaches to hazard control? Well, I think the first one is really to ensure that it's an interdisciplinary team that is addressing the use and implementation of these particular systems, whether it's management, workers, and that involvement in ensuring that it's creating the kind of work that is not harming the worker, but also involving the data scientists and the computer programmers so they understand what they're building and how it is impacting the worker, creating a more transparent situation for all involved. Currently, risk estimates are difficult to be able to say what is the likelihood that the system will result in some sort of adverse effect. So really at this point is to use traditional models, whether it's the Swiss cheese model of looking at the particular barriers to keep workers safe and where they may fail, or to just come up with the scenario building of what if A and B happen and what are the potential outcomes associated with that, and coming up with systems to prepare against that. Or just a systems approach overall using a technique such as failure mode and effects analysis. And then in turn, anytime that there's an adverse outcome or a potential for those harm events, maybe quantified by many as a near miss, is to use a root cause analysis to look at what are the factors involved, why did this happen, and what could be done to prevent it in the future, to develop that AI governance that can help with using these systems effectively. And so while NIOSH believes that AI and the use of these tools will improve workplace safety and has great promise for that, I think there's some great research opportunities that exist with respect to developing guidance, tools, and risk protocols for OSH professionals, again, to better understand the relationship between building these systems and unintended outcomes, to improve human system design and interface, to develop trust in these systems, as well as to ensure that we minimize discrimination along the way. And then research associated with just how do we augment these tools with humans to improve human decision-making, particularly in high critical situations. And also when we are working with these machines to make sure that we are able to detect and, more importantly, to prevent some sort of accidents or incidents from occurring. Well, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to discussion here at the conference or further along the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vietas, for the excellent talk on the leading-edge research topics for utilizing the artificial intelligence to realize the Vision Zero concept. Any questions? Okay, I have one question. So, does NIOSH work with the AI to improve the worker health and the safety? If so, how?
Yeah, absolutely. We are definitely have the use of these tools as an opportunity to improve the research that we do, whether it's improving looking at worker compensation claims, for example, to auto code the free field text and turn it into what we believe is the appropriate industry or classification, or even to look at some of these smart helmets and how it can be used more effectively in the workplace. So yeah, we're definitely interested in how AI itself can help our work and the work that we do in helping protect workers.
Thank you very much. The other questions?
Hello. Do OSH professionals need to learn AI techniques to evaluate their safety?
That's a great question, and you know that the OSH professional does not need to be an AI computer programmer or a data scientist to be able to effectively understand how these tools impact workers. Obviously, it helps to have a basic understanding, and there's a lot of simple trainings that can be taken online to just get a better sense of how these systems are trained and how they work. But really, no, you do not need to be that expert to be able to understand how it impacts workers.
Thank you.
Here I would have a question, Regina Geierhofer. When you say you have not so much to be trained, is explainability not a problem for the systems? Because artificial intelligence is intelligence, so not very transparent how the decision is done.
Yeah, I think that is a great point, and certainly it's part of building that interdisciplinary team. While the OSH professional should be able to explain how it works, I think it's more important to be able to team with those who are experts in that area to work to explain that to the worker. As long as the worker understands how the system works, that's the most important part. And that interdisciplinary team should be working towards developing, like you've mentioned, the explainability of how the system works, so they can anticipate where things are going well, and more importantly, when there's an outcome that they might not have anticipated, and ultimately prevent some sort of adverse outcome to the worker or to the process as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vietas.
The next speaker is Hoshan Darabi, the professor of the Department of the Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, University of Illinois, Chicago, United States. The presentation title is The Risk Evaluation, Detection, Evaluation, and Control of Accidents, RIDECA Framework. Okay, Hoshan Darabi, professor, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Hoshan Darabi. I'm a professor at the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Illinois at Chicago. The title of my presentation is The Risk Evolution, Detection, Evaluation, and Control of Accidents Framework, which is called RIDECA. So the outline of the presentation, first I'm going to talk about what RIDECA is. Then I will provide an example from the agricultural field, and then I draw conclusions of my presentation. So first part, what is REDECA? So REDECA stands for Risk Evolution, Detection, Evaluation, and Control of Accidents. This is a framework that allows for a systematic breakdown of an occupational safety incident evolution process to smaller pieces and identifying the improvement strategies and use of artificial intelligence for each piece of that process. So this framework was introduced for the first time by myself and my co-authors in the paper that I have listed here in 2021. So for more information, feel free to visit this journal and this paper. It is an open access journal, so you would be able to download the paper. So now what is this framework? So basically, this framework is developed for a given hazard exposure. So that means for each hazard that a worker is exposed to, you must develop one of these charts that you see on the screen. So there are multiple elements of a given framework. So one that you can see here, there are blue basically rectangles shown by R1, R2, and R3. These are called states of the framework or REDECA. So R1 stands for a state when the worker has minimal to almost no risk of exposure with respect to the hazard that we are investigating. R2 is when the worker is exposed to the hazard, but an unsafe situation or an accident has not occurred yet. But there is a good probability that an accident might occur. And state R3 is when the accident has actually occurred. And that means the worker has been exposed completely and maybe the worker has been hurt and he or she is in need of medical help. So in addition to the three blue rectangles that we discussed, there are multiple other rectangles that are associated to these three blue rectangles. So in each blue rectangle, we are interested to know the probability and time of changing our state from that specific state. For example, in state R1, we are interested to know what's the probability and how long it takes to change from the current state of R1 to state R2. And when we are in state R2, we are interested in making it, knowing the probability and the time of transition to the neighbor states, which are R1 and R3. And in this case, we are basically interested in R3 mainly, even though that we are interested to detect also when we are going back to R1. So, and then when we are in R3, then we are interested in the probability because the accident has already happened. In this case, we are interested in the probability of reducing the recovery time for the worker. In addition to basically the green rectangles, which are probability values and time values related to each state, we are interested to know if we have the right mechanism to detect the change between different states. For example, here, we are interested to know if we can detect a change of state from R1 to R2, and here from R2 to R3. And then in addition, in every state, we are interested in knowing what intervention options exist in that specific state. For example, when the worker is subject or exposed to no or very little exposure or hazard exposure, then the question is that how could we keep the worker from going to the next state, which is exposure to the hazard, because this is a good state and we want to keep the worker. And when the worker is exposed, the question is that how we can push the worker back to the safe state or R1, or how we can prevent the worker going to R3, which is an accident state. And finally, in R3, we are interested to know if there is a way that we can use to basically minimize the damage and maximize and minimize the recovery time after an accident. So let me show you an example, because you know, a lack of time. This would be a quick review of this example. This example is much bigger than what I am explaining here. So I invite you to basically visit the website that we have listed here, and also watch the presentation of the table that I'm going to show in the next 2 slides, and to see more details. So this is about an accident that actually happened. So this is about a 77-year-old male logger who died in a tractor accident. So the reason was that this driver basically fell down from the tractor, and then because of his injuries, he died. So just a summary, this person had purchased timber rights to a 2-acre tract of land, cut pulpwood timber, and for sale to a local sawmill. So the victim was last heard operating a chainsaw at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, and then after that, nobody saw the victim, and they found his body actually in the area. So the details of this accident and how it happened are actually here in this website. So if let's say we are interested to implement Redeka framework for this type of hazard, and because we want to basically minimize the risk and maximize the safety of workers that are exposed to this type of accidents. So there are 3 states. The state R1 is when the worker is on the ground before entering the tractor. So in this case, you know, the worker is not subject to any falling down hazard. So this is a safe state. When the worker actually, or the driver is actually operating the tractor without a roll over protective structures, that means the worker can fall. And that means the worker is now exposed. And finally, if the tractor hits a tree or stump and the driver falls off the tractor, that is the state R3, which in this case, the victim is on the ground and you know, might die. And in this case, actually the person died on the way to hospital. So now, if you want to implement Redeka, actually, you know, the first stage was to describe the states, which we did. The second stage is to basically create a Redeka analysis sheet. In this Redeka analysis sheet, the left first column shows all the components in the Redeka framework. So if you go back here, every rectangle here except the states have got their own rows, except the blue states. Each one has got a row here, okay? And then what we do in our analysis, we basically say, what is the current status of that component? What is the suggested action about that component? And what is the potential impact of that suggested action? Now, because we are you know, I don't have time to explain every single thing here, so I'm going to just focus on one of the rows, and that's the detecting a change of state from R2 to R3. I want to refresh your mind about R2 was when the driver is driving the tractor, and R3 is after the driver has fallen down. So in this case, what's the current status? For this case, there is no basically, there is no method, there is no way that we can basically detect this transition, the only way that you can detect is the driver himself can see that, oh, I'm falling down or I fell down, right? So there is no automatic or non-human detection. Now, what we suggest is that the driver wears a type of sensor, that these are fall sensor. And if the driver falls from the tractor, this sensor can actually detect that because of the sudden change in the height of the tractor, of the driver. And then this sensor can actually, if there is a smartphone with the driver, the sensor can send a message to a third party that the driver has fallen. So this is basically an artificial intelligence method to address this. And then the impact is that the fallen driver can be detected ASAP because of that sensor and communication channel, and it can be rescued faster, and the death might be prevented. Okay, so if you look at this whole table, it basically has all these components. Now, let me draw a conclusion based on what I just discussed. One is that the REDECA allows for structured analysis of accidents and occupational safety hazards. Then REDECA allows for envisioning the role of artificial intelligence and automation improving worker safety. More research can be done by implementing REDECA in other occupational safety case studies. This was an agriculture safe study that I presented. A database of available strategies that can be used in filling out the REDECA analysis sheet in different occupational safety applications is a potential research direction. So with this, I would like to thank you, the audience, and if you are interested, feel free to contact me, this email address for communication and more information. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next speaker is Professor Junichi Tsuji. He is a fellow and director of the AI Research Center, AIST, and also a professor at the University of Manchester. The presentation title is AIST, the AIRC's vision and research activities, dependable AI.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for kind introduction. And my talk is rather from research side of AI technology. So the Japanese government has proposed the vision of Society 5.0, and they consider AI as one of the most crucial technology for realizing that vision. And they established 3 research centers under different ministries. And our center was established 2015 under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And together with the other 2 research centers, one is under Ministry of Education, another is under Ministry of Telecommunication and Internal Affairs, we form AI network, which comprise more than 100 research organizations in Japan, including universities and national laboratories and private companies. This network is trying to promote the deployment of AI technologies in the society. And since the establishment of our center, we focus on 2 aspects of AI technology. One is AI, which is embedded in the real world. Another one, AI, which can cooperate with human in the real world. So these are 2 directions which our center is taking for 7 years now. So this is a schematic view of AI research field. There are several research fields related to AI. One is machine learning, and another is a computational method of simulating the real world. And also there is a domain of artificial intelligence which focus on human knowledge, how we can computerize human knowledge in computer. So these three major fields are focusing on the core of AI, which is the thinking process of human brain. But the current AI can be characterized with a close connection with the real world. On the left-hand side, this thinking machine is connected with the real world by smart sensors. So the current AI not only thinking, but also seeing and hearing by using smart sensors and recognize what's happening in the real world. And right-hand side, artificial intelligence is connected with the real world through actuators, such as hands and legs and so on. Typical example is robots or self-driving car. So the current AI is not only thinking in the brain, but also equipped with hands and ears, sensors, and also actuators like hands and legs. So they are embedded in the real world. So this is a typical example of AI embedded in the real world. And on the right-hand side is inside AI brain. And the left-hand side are actual real world AI moving around in the real environment. So AI can observe the environment, the people walking around him, and also predict the direction of human walking. So which direction human move. So based on such prediction, AI can navigate in the real world without colliding human beings. So this is a typical example in the current AI system. So another example is this robot. This robot performs biological experiment in exactly the same environment of human biologists. So human biologists setting the experiment by doing experiment by himself and replace that human biologist by this robot. And this robot also equipped it with smart sensing, in his case, microscopic devices. So by observing the state of a cell, it can take appropriate performance to accelerate cell culturing. So this is like a human biologist who look at the state of the cell and taking appropriate action in cell cultivation system. So what is important here is this robot can really replace the human biologist in the exactly the same biological environment. So it can replace biologists in dealing dangerous materials or toxic materials, or can replace human biologists and to save him from long-lasting, tedious experiments for hours. So since 2 years ago, we focus on 3 directions in the current AI research. So these are the 3 focused research fields. One is the engineering aspect of AI. So AI should be easy to construct and adapt to the specific task environment. And another one is a trustworthy, dependable AI, which will be discussed by the next speaker, Dr. Oyua. And my talk is focus on the 3rd pillar, which is AI, which can cooperate with human beings. So AI can explain its action, or AI should be transparent to human beings to investigate what's happening internally in the AI system. So as I showed before, that robot can simulate in the real environment in his brain and avoid dangerous situations with human beings colliding and so on. So the same conception can be applied in a work environment or factory environment. In this video, on the left bottom is a AI brain. So inside AI brain, it sort of simulate in the real world. And the right upper screen is the real world. So the AI observing human behavior, and if human approaching to the robot stop working. And also robot can observe human behavior and help the human to do the next task, like carrying the completed device to other places and so on. So not only colliding human, but also the AI system can predict humans' intention and try to help in the working environment. And that convention can be enhanced further. So in this experiment, we embed smart sensors all over the environment. So the robot can see not only by his own eyes, but also sensing devices in the environment. So the robot can see the environment from bird's-eye views. And by depending on the context or environment, the robot can take the appropriate routes of actions or avoid congested areas and so on and so forth. So another important issue is the differences of the nature of intelligence. So the right-hand side is a current AI system based on machine learning. They use huge amount of data, observed data from the real world. So their intelligence is rather simple, based on big data, and they model the real world. And depending on that model, they make intelligent decision-making. On the left-hand side, human intelligence, which is more complex than current AI system. Human can observe the real world as AI system does, but also it can acquire scientific knowledge or engineering knowledge through education. So human inherit a big chunk of knowledge human accumulated through history via education or teaching by skilled engineers and so on. So human intelligence are much more complex than current AI system. They try to combine observed data and knowledge together and making some decision making. So the two intelligence systems are different in nature. So communicating two intelligence systems will bring much better intelligence systems as a whole. So that need some explainability from AI side. Not only AI make some decision, but it can have some explanation to the human expert. So not only saying that this patient has some cancer, but human doctor want to know why AI make such decision making. That goes to making black box AI white boxes. So opening a deep learning system inside and try to understand what's happening in the black box. That is what our research team are doing. So in the end, we try to understand what's happening in the black box of our deep learning systems and explain what kind of features are actually being used by that judgment to show the human doctor. And human doctor accumulate the knowledge in that add his knowledge to AI judgment, which we call feature dictionary. So the collection of features which AI learns should be shown to the medical doctor, and medical doctor relate that features his knowledge. And the same conception can be applied now to virtual coaching for smart aging. In this project, this is supported by European Union. It's a joint project between EU partners and Japanese partners, and our center is one of the partners. And in this framework, AI and human expert for senior person's care communicate with each other to understand smarter ways of taking care of seniors. So AI is a huge field, and there are lots of challenges remain, and we are very much interested in cooperating with international partners. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsuji. I'm afraid we don't have that much time left, so just one question.
Yes, may I?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So the cooperation or collaboration with humans and AI are very fascinating concept. Well, there are many. I understood that there are many ongoing projects that try to make AI or robots in that fit for that concept. Are there anything we humans should be prepared for that?
The conception AI is changing rapidly. So let's say 5 years ago, AI is just a threat to human intelligence, something which we cannot understand. But AI becomes more and more human-friendly. And first of all, in order for AI to be useful, AI should cooperate with human beings. In other words, human specialists can program AI itself, not only giving data, but human should be involved in the development of AI system. Not only AI engineers, but the specialists in the domain should be involved in developing AI systems. That's why our research center tried to make AI systems more white box, more transparent, which accommodate human involvement in the development of AI. So human specialists should be prepared for involving in development of our next generation of AI systems.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsuji.
Dear session chairs and speakers, thank you very much for this exciting first part of your sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit organizer kindly asks you to spend a few minutes to complete a short survey about future Vision Zero promotion activities. Please click on the banner Request for Survey and share your view by filling the questionnaires. Thank you for your kind support. But now it's time for a well-deserved break. During the break, we will show interesting video spots and information from our supporters and sponsors. Relax and enjoy. The second part of the session will begin as indicated on the screen. Please be back on time.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
we at IDEC, our main business is HMI, human-machine interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
There's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/vision0 to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要員認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have 3 effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact, to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and Vzsj consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOSH Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要員認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
Nikkei is Japan's leading economic media company. We have been delivering reliable economic information ever since 1876. We are constantly making information available with ever greater speed and accuracy. Nikkei is always one step ahead in an era of ceaseless change. We make the best use of advanced digital technologies. Our approach employs both hard data and the wisdom of intuition to dig more deeply into what really matters. We understand how to use the insights of our readers and customers, and we constantly surpass expectations. We offer a new type of media experience, and we harness more and more of our expanding media potential. Nikkei relentlessly pursues new innovations through our Research and Development Group, which is at the forefront of emerging trends such as AI and AR/VR use. As a media company with a profound understanding of technology, Nikkei will never rest in its mission to fulfill user needs in every possible way.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
we at IDEC our main business is HMI, human-machine interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要員認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of Day 3 of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. The summit is the result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group on Vision Zero at Enterprise Level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank again our supporters and sponsors for their important contribution to the organization of the summit. Please note, the recording, filming, and storage of images of the summit, as well as posting unauthorized use of the summit content is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. Now, please go back to your session by clicking on the respective room on the left-hand side of the web page and enjoy the second part of the session.
The next speaker is Dr. Atsushi K. Yamada, IBM Distinguished Engineer, and he's also a leader, IBM AI Center, and also a leader, Japan Data Scientist Profession. The presentation title is Challenges for AI Quality at IBM. Dr. Yamada, please.
The talk of my title is Challenge for AI Quality at IBM. This is the agenda. At the beginning, I will explain a couple of AI projects in safety, health, and well-being domain that's supported by IBM. And second one is challenges for quality at IBM. At last, I will explain IBM's philosophy to use technology for good society. This is first case. It's AI suitcase. The woman in this picture is IBM fellow Chieko Asakawa. She lost her eyesight when she was young, and she started the research of accessibility after joining IBM Research. And recently, his interest is moving into the mobility for the visually disabled people. This system navigates the visually disabled people by suitcase equipped with cameras, a couple of sensors. Consortium with 6 parties is working for this for the production of this system. 5 challenges is listed on the left-hand side. The first one is it possible to move without hitting in a place with many people? The second one, can you turn a steep corner? The third one, it is safe to use stairs, escalators, and elevators. Fourth one, can facilitate clerk accept the AI suitcase and serve customers? And last one is, can you get understanding and cooperation of the facility management side? Right now, consortium with 6 parties is working to overcome these challenges. Second use case is analyze and visualize COVID-19 virus genome mutation. IBM research team just started this activity just after the spread of COVID-19 virus. This system can quickly discover the mutant strain of concern and estimate infection route. By using the system, we can reduce the risk of spreading infection of COVID-19. The screen on the right-hand side User can search mutant strain, region, and facility, etc. And user can see the status of virus mutation. Technology inside is a variant annotation algorithm they are developed newly, and data used genome sequence of 1.7 million infected people all over the world. The third use case is reduce food loss of delicatessen food, prepared food in the supermarket using AI. When the supermarket closed, the price of the food, such like sandwiches, grilled chicken, like that, is discounted. 30% discount or 50% discount, like that, to minimize unsold food. So by using system, right now, so working staff is deciding this discount rate by their intuition and experience. By using this system, the staff can just read the barcode, and the appropriate discount rate is displayed on the screen of this handy terminal. And then we can reduce the food loss, and also we can reduce sold out operations. Technology inside is price optimization and AI. Data used is sales performance, weather, and number of customers, etc. Fourth use case is safe car handling in a ship that is carrying cars. The picture on the right-hand side is space in a ship. Loading a car in a ship needs a high skill, and it's a risky operation even for high-skill staff. By using this system, we can do a safe car handling operation in a ship using AI and IoT data that gathers from cars and operators. And we can reduce incidents of operations. Technology used object detection using image AI and time series analysis. And data used is beacon and camera equipped in a ship, and the speed meter of a car, and the operators' vital data that's gathered from wearable device. Okay, so I explain a couple of AI projects in safety and health and well-being domain that's supported by IBM. So this means to realize these client projects, we have responsibility for AI quality. So I will explain about the challenges for AI quality at IBM. More than 40,000 licenses of IBM Watson is released in a market, in a past, in an accumulation base. This means that we have social responsibility for AI ethics. So IBM released the principle for trust and transparency in 2018. And just after that, we provided a practical guideline for designers and developers of software products. The name of this guideline is Everyday Ethics for Artificial Intelligence. 5 factors is explained in this guideline. The first one is accountability. This means AI designer, developer are responsible considering AI design and outcome. Second one is the value alignment. AI should be designed to align with the norms and the values of your user group. Third one is explainability. AI should be designed for human. to detect their decision process. Fairness, AI must be designed to minimize bias. The last one is user data rights. AI must be designed to protect users' data. So practitioner developing software and service is using this guideline to develop software in IBM. IBM also runs the team, the AI ethics board inside IBM. The mission of this team is to implement a centralized governance and decision-making process for AI ethics, policy, and several other activities. They are responsible for these 4 things. The first one is business leadership, build a world-class trust profile for AI offering. The second one is leadership in research, become a world leader for trusted AI in research domain. And the third one is the policy leadership, influence governments to create balanced and harmonized AI law. The last one is thought leadership, participation in AI standards. IBM also developed a software for AI ethics. First one is Watson Open Scale. This software detects and mitigates bias and accuracy. Picture on the left-hand side is a time series data of accuracy or bias. When the value fall below the threshold, this software gives the alert and provides a mitigation recommendation. And this software is applicable to any AI models whose input and output can be captured. And second software is AI Fairness 360. This is an open source toolbox to mitigate bias. It defines more than 75 fairness metrics, and also it provides more than 10 bias mitigation algorithms. IBM also provides a machine learning quality diagnostic service. Picture on the right-hand side is the overall structure of machine learning management guideline. This is released from AIST, National Institute for Advanced Industry Service, Science and Technology. The session leader, Seo-san, is working for this institute. And also, I'm also the member of this working group. So this guideline defines the quality of AI as 3 factors. First one is quality in use. The second one is the external quality of AI, and third one is internal quality of AI. External quality means quality of AI measured from the outside of the AI system, and it has 3 factors: risk avoidance to avoid the emergency case. And second was AI performance, it's a prediction performance. And third one is AI fairness. And internal quality define 9 factors regarding distribution of input data and also the aspect of algorithm. Oiwa-san will explain it in detail on this guideline. So as a member of working group, I want to increase the impact of this guideline. So I developed the machine learning quality diagnostic service using this guideline. This service have 100 questions to assess AI project, and we will provide the assessment report, including current issue and improvements. So this is the last stage. Good tech. This is a keyword of IBM philosophy. This means technology, use technology for good society. IBM will continue to contribute to use technology for good society. Thank you very much. Over to Seo-san.
The next speaker is Dr. Toshifumi Yoshizaki, Executive Vice President and President of Digital Business Platform Unit, NEC Corporation. The presentation title is Driving the Digital Shift, NEC's DX Initiatives.
Hello, thank you for giving me a chance to join this Vision Zero Summit Japan Session G. I am Yoshizaki from NEC Corporation. My responsibility is digital shift and DX in NEC Group. Our solution consists of AI, cloud security, and the facial recognition. Today, I'd like to explain our DX in our group. So let's move on to the first page. We believe that the promotion of DX will be an important point for occupational safety and health, the theme of the Vision Zero Summit. This first chart means the 3-hour framework, NEC. We set the 3 framework: business process, technology, and competency. Firstly, what is the goal for DX? Under which scope we should take lead for digital transformation. Secondly, which technology we should provide for this transformation. Thirdly, how we improve digital transformations, the human resources. So those 3 elements is very important for us to drive our transformation. This is the DX offering. As you can see that this PowerPoint, we focus on more upfront phase, like as planning and the strategy implementation. In our group, we have the ABIM Consulting, 5,000 consultants. Moreover, we have already the startup, our NEC's strategic consulting team, total 200. Those teams take lead for the upcoming approach to client and the market. The new approach will have more improve our capability in society. This is DX offering that depends on the purpose of DX, such as the creation of the innovation or the transformation of customer contact point. We have set the value proposition. Historically, NEC has the IT network capability. We have the long history to create our experience. We already arrange or standardize the asset and the capability. Then we provide the solution to client as a DX offering. This is our second framework technology. We already developed and announced what we call the NEC digital platform. You can see the 5 layers. Depends on the layer. We put together our knowledge and asset, each segment. We already implement this globally, and we already started our application services by using this platform. This platform, we have put the state of technology into this platform. This is one example that you can see our one of strong capability, technical capability, the biometrical authentication. We have been evaluated the top vendor by NIST for consecutive 6 years. Those is one of example. We already put this technology into our platform, as I mentioned before. So this shows our use case study by using our technology platform. It is Star Alliance case. They already implement this solution, Frankfurt and Munich airport last year. This use case, we have already developed a video for you, easy to understand. So have a look, please.
Star Alliance is the world's largest airline alliance, and they are working to streamline passengers from reservation to destination with reduced queuing and fast, touchless and secure service at all checkpoints for all passengers who opt in to Star Alliance Biometrics, powered by NEC iDelight.
We have been focused with NEC in our work to deliver the biometrics program. That is a very important milestone for our innovation portfolio. Particularly in our biometrics program, NEC has great history, experience, and credentials in this area. But what is important for us as we identify partners is that the partners understand our business, because that allows us to build long-term and enduring partnerships. And we believe together with NEC, we can deliver on a leading-edge innovation experience for our customers.
The main benefit will be speed and convenience for the passenger, and we're bringing back the confidence and security and the safety to our passengers. Yes, traveling is safe, and NEC is providing a great job and saying, hey, you do the biometrics, you don't need to touch, leave your mask on, we get you through the airport.
In the longer term, we look forward to enhance this solution. This may be duty-free purchases, car rentals, boarding of trains, wayfinding in airports, or hotel check-ins.
I think biometric boarding is the way for the future, just to do a passenger identification at the airport. It's kind of a win-win situation. The passenger gets a more convenient way of boarding, and we get a more seamless and even touchless way of boarding.
We want NEC to be our partner as we build out our short to medium-term vision to integrate more of our members and to integrate more airports into the biometrics product. And in NEC, we believe we have a good partnership to drive and deliver on this vision.
Travelers who choose to participate enroll once and use their unique digital ID everywhere, walking through checkpoints with a simple smile, security check, boarding, and soon baggage drop-off and business lounges. This technology is in use at several airports now, with Star Alliance Biometrics powered by NEC iDelight.
Okay, I understand, of course, the current situation is still severe under COVID-19. But I hope we will get back to soon normal. So let's get back to the presentation. Thirdly, I'd like to explain the human resources for DX. Currently, we put together our new 9 DX specialists. We are aiming at to increase our number 10,000 toward 2025. This is the first cut. So we of course the client and the market situation, we will change or we will adjust our new client definition. So currently we have the 5,700 specialists. but we'd like to more challenge the new target beyond the 10,000 specialists. This is we knew our new the Academy contents for DX, what we call the NEC Academy for DX. We have already developed these contents. It consists of the practical program, online program, and the training program, the face-to-face, including the workshop. We provide the new technology like AI, security, and cloud. Depends on the current the skill level. You can select the beginner contents, the master contents, etc. So we will open these contents in public, and we will contribute the DX in society. Actually, we now implement the Smart Work 2.0, and this is the first feedback from our employee. You can see our first feedback about the smart work and business efficiency. Both elements, our score is better than 3 times or 2 times than previous result. That means that we are on track, and we are going to increase more the work environment as a digital. So in net, to achieve the goal of occupational safety and health, let's take on the challenges of transformation, and we will drive the digital shift in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yoshizaki. Now we understand NEC's big effort to drive the digital shift. And I will read the questions and answers for the presentation. The first question is, what is on the menu for DX offerings? The answer is, the menu includes offerings such as digital government, smart cities, transportation, urban safety, disaster prevention, digital healthcare, and will be further expanded in the future. We are also making in-house DX offerings in relation to work style transformation. Offerings include telework, AI utilization, and security, as well as those related to employee engagement and well-being. The second question is, what is your company's approach and plan for governance to properly handle data that requires careful handling, such as for facial recognition? The answer for that is, we have formulated the NEC Group AI and Human Rights Policy as a guideline for business promotion, giving top priority to privacy and respect for human rights in the implementation of AI and the digital data utilization, including biometric data. Currently, we are in the operation phase, and we are working to strengthen internal penetration and to spread the policy outside the company. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Hirokazu Anai, Head of Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, Fujitsu Ltd. The presentation title is Social Implementation with Trusted AI Technologies.
Hello, today, Hirokazu Anai from AI Laboratory of Fujitsu will talk about the Fujitsu social implementation with trusted AI technologies. I mentioned a little bit about myself. I am head of AI Research Lab, and also working for university as a guest researcher, guest professor of Institute of Math for Industry at Kyushu University. Moreover, I also serve as a advisors for Japanese national project, particularly related on math and information technologies. As a researcher, I have been working to resolve societal and industrial issues by utilizing various kinds of mathematical technologies and AI. Now, Fujitsu's Uvance is our new global business plan, delivering a transformation portfolio for a sustainable world, aligned with our purpose to make the world more sustainable by building trust in society through innovation. Fujitsu will continue to solve challenges currently faced by customers around the world, and now, with Fujitsu Uvance, we will also work to resolve social problems our customers will face in the future. We identified all of Fujitsu's capabilities and defined where we should focus in the future in terms of both cross-industry functions and technologies. As key focus areas, Fujitsu Uvance consists of 4 cross-industry areas and 3 areas to support them. We have selected these cross-industry areas based on the ideal state of the world we want to influence and the social issue we think are most important. As key technologies, we define 5 technology areas, and Fujitsu Research continues to develop and deepen them. My talk especially focuses on the AI technology here, so which is a key driving technology for the future social implementations. Here, I would like to give you an overview of Fujitsu AI Research. So, aiming for social and business transformation through AI, research and development of cutting-edge technology to create new value, and research and development of eliminate risks and barriers when AI is implemented in society and provide reliable AI. So we are conducting research on these 2 pillars. Today, since the time of this talk is very limited, I will put on a spotlight on these trusted AI technologies. So many issues remain to be resolved for AI to be widely accepted in society. There are 3 issues we think. First one, AI gives a valuable answer, but we don't know why AI gives it. AI's explainability is needed to gain trust of humans. And then second one, AI behavior and the decision depend on the data used when AI was developed. While operating AI, data may change, and then AI accuracy is degraded. This is one major problem of AI quality. And the third one, so regardless of AI developer's intention, AI may make discriminatory decisions that can occur due to the data bias. So this is the issue of AI ethics. So first, I'll talk about explainable AI. So explainable AI is not only bring trust between human and AI, but often allow for great collaboration between them. As one of the good examples, I'm going to introduce to you an application example of the explainable AI. In conventional genomic medicine, treatment is determined in this way. First, blood samples are drawn from the patient, and then the gene sequence information is obtained using sequencer. Based on this information, an expert examines medical articles and the databases and has a conference with other experts. Then they identify which gene mutations of the patient are likely to cause which disease, and determine the treatment policy. Our explainable AI is able to present candidates of such diseases and treatment policy, it also shows supporting information, a set of medical articles like this. We believe that our technology has opened the way to more effective personalized medicines. So to realize such collaborations, we have two explainable AI technologies, deep tensor and knowledge graph. Deep tensor is a type of deep learning, but what makes it unique is that it can learn from the graph structure data. And it outputs not only prediction result, but also reason. In other words, the influence factor of the result. Influence factor means the part of input graph data that has a strong effect on the prediction. Knowledge graph is a graph database consists of human domain knowledge generated from a large amount of the literature, such as papers and patents. If we have a suitable knowledge graph for current prediction, by combining reasons from deep tensor and knowledge graph, it produces the basis information for the result. In other words, by this explainable AI, so rather than explaining the behavior of the model, the relationship between input and output can be generated from knowledge that people recognize. And the explanation is easy to understand and reliable. Okay, then I'll talk about quality of AI. AI model run from training data, but data are changing in the environment where AI is being operated. For example, in the case of monitoring production line in the manufacturing, lighting varies for each building, and camera sometimes shifts, and the product in the line varies, and so on and so on. Even if the accuracy of the AI is 98% at the beginning, it may drop to, say, 70% after a year. This is one of the major reasons for unreliable AI, unreliability of AI. To keep AI reliable, continuous maintenance such as relearning is needed. To keep AI reliable under various environment and temporal changes, we have developed a new technology called high durability learning, so-called HDL for short. So HDL can track data changes and automatically label data by projecting operating data to some space called DT space. The DT space is a special designed space to be robust to data changes. HDL provides automatic accuracy monitoring, model restoration, and retaining assistance. Thus, the technology HDL enables continuous stable AI operation at low cost. This is a before mentioned case and example of HDL applied to an image inspection AI at a beverage manufacturing plant. By combining HDL with existing AI, it becomes durable AI, which is robust to data changes caused by lightning, camera angle, so on and so on. In this way, HDL realizes a reliable and sustainable AI effective over a long period of time. Okay, then the third is AI ethics. In the area of AI ethics, we participate in the largest AI ethics organization in Europe, contributing to the formulation of the rule that AI must meet, and actively involved in external activities such as promoting global standardization as a key member of a Japan team, including conveners. 3 years ago, we announced our AI commitment, establishing an external advisory committee Committee on AI Ethics to discuss AI ethics in depth with stakeholders throughout society and conducting company-wide training for over 80,000 employees. Of course, we are also developing technology for AI ethics. And in order to strongly promote those AI ethics activities, we have launched Research Center for AI Ethics last year. To solve various issues of AI ethics, the Research Center for AI Ethics is based on two pillars of activities. One is creating technology and formulating rules. Other one is formulating rules. In the technology pillar, issues are extracted and their solutions are explored in academic research. Then we develop the solution and verify their effectiveness in practice. In the rule pillars, to have a better impact on legislation and standardization, we are actively engaged in dialogues with various organizations and disseminating information. Today, I just talked about Fujitsu's trusted AI, explainable AI, AI quality, and AI ethics. Fujitsu is committed to making the world more sustainable with advanced and trusted AI technologies. We hope that human and AI will work hand in hand, and that you and we will work hand in hand to build a better future together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Anai, for the excellent talk on the Fujitsu's global leading edge effort to utilize trusted AI technologies for creating social value. I and sub-chairs will read questions and answers for the presentation. The first question is, it is fine that you are focusing on trusted AI, but I think you need to achieve a really working AI first. Why are you focusing on trusted AI?
In order to achieve sustainable social implementation, it is not enough to work only now. We believe that in no distant future, AI will need to cooperate with humans, keep working over many years, and tackle a wide variety of social issues. That is where we foresee it.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, you're working on the various AI applications in diverse industries. How are you able to cover so many areas?
Fujitsu has many domain experts in each industry, and each collaborates with data scientists. We are also actively involved in co-creation with the customers.
The next speaker is Dr. Tatsuhiko Kagehiro, General Manager, Center for Technology Innovation, Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Research and Development Group, Hitachi Ltd. The presentation title is Hitachi's AI Ethics Concept and Use Cases of Safe and Secure Environment. Kagehiro-san, please.
I would like to start the presentation. So thank you for introduction. So I'm Tatsuhiko Kagehiro, so General Manager of Center for Technology Innovation, Advanced Artificial Intelligence, and R&D Group, so Hitachi. So today's title is Hitachi's AI Ethics, so concept and use cases of a safe and secure environment. So today, I would like to show the slides according to the table of contents. So Hitachi is working to create a sustainable society in which all people can live lively and comfortably. So Hitachi's effort to realize Society 5.0. So since its founding, so Hitachi's starting point has been to contribute to the society through the development and superior independent technologies and products. So in order to realize this goal, so we will carry out research and development with harmony, sincerity, and pioneering spirit. About inventions and discoveries, you must have the determination to penetrate deep unexplored mountains. And looking back at Hitachi's history, so since it's established in 1910, so Hitachi has more than 100 years of history in the so-called OT, or operational technology field. We also have more than 15 years of history in the IT field. So as we look toward the next 15 years, so we are now focusing on the IoT and focusing on the digital solution business using by IoT. So we have century-long commitment to ethics while supporting critical infrastructure. So for example, in the 1950s, so we took action against the pollution by the large chimney of the smelter. And 2000, we established the ethics review committee in the field of the biomedicine. And in the 2020, so we formulated the AI ethical principles. I will explain each of these in some detail. The beginning of the 20th century was also on the pollution problems. So at the Hitachi mine, the origin of Hitachi, in order to diffuse the exhaust fumes into the atmosphere. In the 1950s, so they built the world's tallest reinforced concrete chimney to reduce the damage to the surrounding area. This is the origin of ethics of the human-centered perspective. In addition, around 2000, so ethics in the medical field became an issue with the progress of the genome analysis. In 2000, Hitachi becomes the first medical device company to establish an ethics review committee. The committee consists of outside experts and discuss at least twice a year. Since then, we have been operating the system shown here in accordance with the ethical guideline of the government. Next, I would like to explain about Hitachi's approach of ethics. So we have formulated AI ethics principles and released a white paper to the public. Because Hitachi is in charge of the social infrastructure, we have established standards of the conduct and principal items for planning, social implementation, and maintenance and management. So we have already started to apply these AI ethics principles. In order to expand the application of AI ethics within Hitachi, so we are promoting education. More than 100 people, including those engaged in the business division, are participating in education and discussion of AI ethics. In addition, we are implementing introductory education, retention, and screening and discussion of AI ethics within R&D group, including each global region. And next, I would like to explain about the introduction of the social implementation cases. So in the mobility field, we provide safety and security in public spaces. So through the video analysis that visualizes the flow and behavior of people. So the system is that visualizes, distributes the congestion status in the real time, can also used as a countermeasure against COVID-19 by checking the congestion status on the smartphone or tablet. Here, privacy protection are realized by displaying a person as an icon. In the railway operation management, we have developed a dynamic headway that automatically optimizes the number of trains by analyzing the demand situation from the station congestion and sensor data in the train. This POC is underway at the Copenhagen Metro in Denmark. So through this system, we can provide passengers with the value of comfortable movement and railway operators with the value of the improving operational efficiency. And the next is in the left side is AI is applied to the failure sign diagnosis of the industrial equipment. We are developing a system diagnosing failure signs based on equipment control model, failure model, and the material deterioration models, along with the experience and achievement of the Hitachi Group by accumulating equipment operation data in the Lumada. The right side shows that example at the manufacturing site. So we have developed a system that supports quality improvement and productivity improvement by detecting signs such as deviation movements of the workers and failure of the line equipment at the manufacturing sites. As shown in this movie, so we developed this system with a dye cell to detect the deviates behavior of workers at the manufacturing sites. As you can see, it takes a picture of workers, so with a camera, and extracts a skeleton and measures the degree of the deviation from the work based on the structure. So the graph on the right side shows the degree of the deviation and a warning in the issued when the threshold is existed. And then we try to improve worker productivity and safety by detecting deviating movements and measuring roles through work digitalization. In the left side, we try to measure the workload by using stress-free work wear sensors. And the right side is we try to support the workers by AR-based technologies. So next, I would like to show the demonstration movie.
To solve these issues, Hitachi is developing a management system that uses a clothing-type sensing device. Workers simply wear work clothes with built-in sensors. 15 sensors throughout the body measure body movement, and skeletal information is estimated. Furthermore, AI analyzes such predefined indicators as joint angle and duration of the load in real time. It visualizes the load on a worker's body. One of them is the load for each type of work. If you compare various types of work, you can see that floor wiping and tightening screws have heavy loads. The data is aggregated throughout the day, and the load information during these types of work, Adjustment of the work amount can be made so that the load does not accumulate too much. For each employee can also be obtained. It is possible to allocate work in a well-balanced manner to reduce the load, or have workers receive medical checks to prevent injuries and illnesses.
Okay, so next is a conclusion. So in order to accelerate the innovation, we have established the Kyoso no Mori in 2019. So in the Kyoso no Mori, we will realize the co-creation through open innovation with stakeholders by integrating co-creation and technology development and building an ecosystem and utilizing hackathons. And in 2020, so we established the Lumada Data Science Labo, which integrates business division and R&D. So we are gathering top data scientists in the Kyoso no Mori, and promoting the expansion of the Lumada business using Hitachi's experience. We have already been able to with orders for several business projects. In the last slide, we would like to bring together many ideas and through the collaborative creation with you to lead change through the social innovations. So thank you for attention. This is the end of my presentation.
So here I'd like to conclude the session G. I hope you have got the how AI, ICT, and digitalization can be utilized to accelerate to realize the Vision Zero concept. Thank you very much.